Give me a second. Oh, it turned my thumbnail into my fucking banner. The hell? That's fine. I just want to make sure this ends up in the right places. Add tag, add tag. Boop. Over here. Boop. Hello, chat. Ugh. Okay. That's fine. I think. I forgot to share the socials. Hold on. I need to just make this a template as well. No, you dork. Go over here. Boop. Give me that link. Nah, I mean. I know it's late. It's my day off. And I slept all day because I had a baby shower. Can't believe she's almost here. Super excited. Alright. Now let's sit back and play the game. Make sure that my preview is working. My preview is working. Okay, cool. Sweet. Awesome. For some reason, game capture is only working if I have it in admin, run it as admin. Okay. Do I want to be that guy? Motorcycle has speed buff. We just cleared Tower of Azat, so yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. My roommate is way farther than me. He's like 3 levels ahead of me. That's okay. It's not a race. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. an ether current. Ooh. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Help. Send help. I'm perfectly fine. Liberated prisoners are being transported at Razadhan for treatment. Palisade needs to oversee the administrations of the tempering treatment with support of those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Now I am. Oh. Have enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Barshan bade us to come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. It is a large Moongul. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The goblin at the gate should wave us through. Honored Scion, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions to the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. You damn right I'm free to go as my leisure. At my leisure. Though I've been in Razadhan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we better ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Estinian's gonna follow me. Oh, controller messed up. That was weird. The armor looks really cool. Master Hero, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. Why does this look like... Hang on. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzatan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. Oh, great. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain and continue left. There will be more steps. Upon ascending them, you will emerge on the Paxos path. Proceed through the large door on your right. You will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up, straight forward, and up. I don't want to post that to Twitter just yet, because it's technically kind of spoiler. I don't know. I posted one thing to my TikTok, and I was scared that it was considered spoilers. But it was really funny, so I posted it anyway. It wasn't that far into the story, so... Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the doors at the top of the steps. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing where a sentry should be in to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps on either side of me, you'll find the workshops and the Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Thanks. Tavenarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Amric would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Sightseeing, chat, sightseeing. Windweft? This place is really pretty. You're just talking about. We're not here for an airship. I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of the alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's all for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, then continue straight ahead across the bridge. Can't miss it. Thanks. Aetheryte. Or Ethernet. It's technically an Aetheryte, okay? I think I went the wrong way. This must be the airship landing. I took a lefty instead of a righty. These things look so dumb. I remember passing by here with Varshan, the situation being at what it was. He regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. That was awesome. Both just look over at the same time as one's looking at both of us. Oh, that's a cool lamppost. Big old elephant trunk. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire about your business? We are members of Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber, if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzatan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion, this hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
That was cool. Damn though, bringing up all the lost ones we've well, lost. So what were you and Reacher talking about? Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. Ugh, Archon loaf. Nutritionally good? Yes. Does it taste good? No. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. I suppose I could have Ethernetted. From here, we're supposed to follow the left path past the mulberries. I think I got that ethernet over there. I don't have this one. The street turns, enter the door straight, and descend the steps. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to skip the dialogue. What the hell was that? Need to find a new armor set eventually. Is there a marketplace here? Shop, 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 shop. Materia, trader, materia. Ooh, a hunt board's here. Where's the market board? They're not accessible here yet? He said the aetherite was disabled. The aetherite has been temporarily disabled, okay. Let's go ahead and get the twins moving. So far so good, there isn't much further to go. From here we need to cross the other side of the hall and then pass through two larger doorways. I suspect the others have collected warding scales. Let's try and... I hope those warding scales don't have like a time limit. You know what I mean? Before they... like if they crap out or like expire. There's a merchant. What are you selling, bud? Luxurious paper? No. Collectible appraiser? No. Script exchange. Splendors vendor. Nope. Melder. And vendor. I think this is our new hub. Like this is gonna be what Yulemore was in Shadowbringers. I'm gonna jump in here and grab this Ethernet. Hunt vendor. This looks like a bar. I bet if we talk to her, this is an inn. No, not an inn. Just a place. There's Thancred and Urianger. That's really cool. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Ooh, the song.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? how unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Us foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Everybody's minion at once. I think I need to turn down the... turn down the back noise just a tad. Right there ought to do. That way it just doesn't overwhelm whenever it's in cutscenes and stuff. This is really cool. Not sure what it does, but it's cool. Alchemy something or other. Sir? Are you a botanist? Botanist. Oh yeah, damn it. Ah, real hard salt. Actually, I don't remember where I'm supposed to be going. Ah, old Charlene. I don't know about keeping them at the annex. I have a feeling that's a bad idea. I could be wrong. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest. Welcome back, hero. Cryle has apprised you of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like a collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating diform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings? Sure. Journal? Did you put the flower in there? Yeah. It went gray again. Interesting.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not
felt a hint of her presence since. Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? 'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
That was super adorable and wholesome, and I love it. Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Also, I like when Kryl doesn't have her hood up. She has very wavy, long wavy hair. It's very pretty. Oh shit.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
So very hot.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On wings of hope. What the? Oh, complete the main story quest. Magus Resistor. I completed 500 things as a gunbreaker. Because I did nothing but spam emerald. computer. I need to go to a market board and look at the new stuff. I might make a stop at the house real quick. Carl and Gratier were having a public conversation until you barged in. Oh, well, excuse the fuck out of me. Feeling refreshed, I hope. Just gonna make my way to the studio as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Monteshane. I believe that's how you say his name. And thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we had already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud from his, with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yishtol and the others, I thought now would be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Sure. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering your recent impropriety, there you go, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a while. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them that we will not be long. Nah, I'm gonna make a stop by the house real quick. And then I will teleport back to Charlotte. I think Hammer turned that snowman to look at the entrance. I don't think he was looking at the entrance before. Nope, Gunbreaker's arms. Hydurium mana trigger, which is something we already know about, I think. Yep. Hydurium bayonet. Kinda looks like the Shire one. This looks different. Interesting. Hydurium armor fending. This looks familiar. I don't remember what set this front of the chest looks like. I don't remember it having such a high collar, though. Interesting. Can't look at any of the helmets. Okay, well, that was kind of a trip wasted. I didn't find anything that I was looking for. Maybe like all the new stuff or something. I don't know. Oh, Alphino's practicing on the demi. Heading out for a stroll? The scholar himself is here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I'm too eager to see him. Though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium, I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation. And at our alma mater, no less. Well, wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. So nice. Feels like only yesterday I first walked through these doors. Here it is, the yeah, it is phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, no one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've ever been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological there you go, phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. Long story with a holy hell, what is my speech today? With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astronomy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. I have a feeling he's told this story. He always did give the grand tour to new students. Indeed, it's long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in the magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice for you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. We're just gonna glance over that? In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levelier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Bog. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for scholars. Look for Scholar Montaigne. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask students if they've seen him. We're just gonna look over the fact that Alphino is a master debater. That was Alphino Levelier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levelier? And he's with his sister and Master Balison's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, shite. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the scholar. Scholark? The Scholark, yes. Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alipo should have a better idea. I think I need to repair my gear. Yeah, it's not that bad. edgy. In here? Hey. Miss Alipo, I take it? Are you lost, wandering off the street perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa, this, tongue of giant toad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a magic school and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before he arrived, though, and he said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts. Home to many rare, expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. And in the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Alright, I think I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I have returned. I had to go potty, and I got me a piece of cinnamon cake and a drink. Scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. He went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Booyah. Popping the desks.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms.
two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking for. That would be corporeal ether. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
When he asked that first question, I for some reason thought he mentioned something about incorporeal ether. So I thought corporeal ether was the wrong answer. I either made up the words or I misheard him. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you're game, Kialapo would put your artisanry to good use. That's how they say. I need to speak to Kyle. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Kialapo and the Scholark suggestion, or as the Scholark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Quack. What the fuck? What is that? Oh, it is a chicken. Well, let's open our armory chest. Boop. High Durian bayonet. Not as good as mine. Although... Wait, do these gloves have claws? They do. That's interesting. I didn't mean to double tap it. Studium is what we're going to use for our crafting and gathering stuff later. I need socks. Hang on a second. Okay. Now we have warm socks. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of our warding skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, think of no viable reason to oppose such a plan. But let us see what awaits us in Vilbert. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Oh man, please let him still be there. Please let him still be there. Okay. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vritra and the alchemists said the great work. Put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales. So you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Oh, excuse me. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa. Everybody grab a box. To Limsa we go. Let me. There we go. Back to some familiar stomping ground. that's the Heaven on High, what is it called? Kina sickle? Yeah. Gonna have to do that whenever I get rebirth. Gonna have to do some Heaven on High. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? No, I'm good. Bring it on. Let's go. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we were honored and grateful, but pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all on accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph at Radzat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such short a span. Its objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoro's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember that we do not forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there would be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we are all in agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further in our lands. I'd wager the spires primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be sustained by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ether currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, They draw forth far more is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. It's all well and good, but what would you have us do, assuming it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way? We want you and your scales to join the Ilsbard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Really? Perhaps you two would be the one to answer that. That's why we started this adventure. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet with the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsbard. Ralbon and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now, go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Okay. We're just gonna stroll right in with our dick swinging. Although it all seems not too easy, just like I don't know, like God, it's not too like it seems too soon, you know what I mean? Like, man, here we go, already in the there's still so much that's not like this is gonna turn on us. I'm calling it right now. This is gonna turn on us in a bad way. No, I don't want to talk to him. Ralbon. Oh, for the love of God. The Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole adventure possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsbard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly, no, though I do my best, truth be told. I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the rest of the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Holy shit. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Weirlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution of this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But, though every motive of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Truth, I doubt they'll be pleased to see me. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival in all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a man deserving of their trust. Pog. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? Might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, we'll return to our duties in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald. We who remain will have to fight. Wait. Oh. Excellent. I get a present? The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Oh no, I can't apply glamours here. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions, your friends are most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12.
Woo! Look at him.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Hey!
Lord Emanolane?
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Jeez.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Onohua with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Oh no, they're already here.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Oh no.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Yep. The Aura of the Azim Steppe. Oh, and some people from Basha too.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Hell yeah.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Okay, before we go. This is it. They're with my team. Mail. Damn it, do that every time. Nope, that's head, body, hands, and legs and feet. I was totally gonna go for this jacket. But now I'm not so sure. I don't know why either. I straight up look like Dante, kind of. Like a bunny Dante. Crystarium Grooves match. Alright, we need Rust Red. Go ahead and save this. Talamud and Ruby. Yeah. Clear plates. No, damn it. Talamud is more red. Ruby is bright as fuck. I do have metallic. Now we need the rust. Let's go grab some rust, and then we can be on our way. Welcome to the end game. But I thought it appropriate we dress in something warm. Or at least something warm looking. Rust red. I do not need 99. That's cheaper. Souls. Die, rust red, reflect. Save, yes. Apply. Then we're going to turn on this. Make sure everything is high as it goes. Perfect. And now we're ready for battle, I think. Or whatever the hell we're walking into. There we go. Okay. Besides the delegates assembled, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate in Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering their defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do so has been noted. We shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Sure. We heard it would be cold, so we came prepared. Did you? Oh, the talismans. We're to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see to that. No one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hian. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hian and Urgeti labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn from this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition, to journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging anyone to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Hey, you got something for us? I got this for you. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Enzar instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land, in the middle of a sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. That a warding scale I spy? Not that I would know what they look like. Here you go, Lise. Look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that a right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain or whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Yup. Many thinks these talismans may prove to be a deciding factor of the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I've led a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Do you have a warding skill for me too? Yeah, I got one. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Although I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that that is no token warning. I will distribute specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alavinkin Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Yeah, that's why I dressed in this coat. Like, look how thick this thing looks. And it's got fur lining. Like, this has got to be warm as shit. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Huck, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor? Uh-oh. Tataru! But how? Maha, I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me. Ha, nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one thing to share. Ergmus and Blomwida have finally returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying in the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since I'll be running back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep Kryle company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard... I do not know how to say their names. Ergmus and Blomwida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I will be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. Whoa, that look thick as fuck. That looks super thick. Super thick and warm. I can't put it on here. Don't I have black? Metallic blue, Snow White. Thought I had black. That's fine. Hang on, let me. There's Is it already in my armory chest? It is. Try this on with the rest of my stuff. Ooh. That looks warm AF. Cast Glamour. Ah, but there's something missing. I think the wine red would look better. I don't think I have that. Oh, it's black. Oh, we'll just leave it black then. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Eh, no biggie. Oh boy. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. We're going to go into battle. Please note if you enter battle, associates with other quests or log out from the game, progress will be lost. Alright. Here we go. I'm not embarrassed by the coat. Coat looks really fucking warm. Like, that looks nice and toasty.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot.
proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, okay. In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. Hold up. Let's look at our bewilderment bomb throws a bomb that confuses the enemies and guard dogs. Oh, the senses of guard dogs neutralizing them. Has no effect on Imperial soldiers. Swift deception. Mask your presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you. And increases movement speed. Cannot be cast from combat. Nebula, silent takedown. And the target is matchstick. Clears an attack below 100. So we bomb the dogs, take down the soldiers, and maybe just stay out of sight of mechs. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, commence the mission as soon as you're ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Deception. Bonk. Don't move, don't move, don't move. guard dogs, eh? No use hiding, they'll soon sniff me out. Luckily I've come prepared. How do I... Ah. Bonk. Don't see me. You don't see shit. Hey, do me a favor. Don't turn around, please.
7 hells.
It's dumb. Okay.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Please turn away, Mr. Soldier. Patience is key. Okay. So you don't cause problems for me later. I'm glad I looked. Okay, have to be invisible to be able to do that. What? BS. I'll probably have to start this over. You didn't see shit.
Must be losing my touch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start this over.
Like this.
I came into that last part really headstrong. I'm just gonna skip these cutscenes and get back to the... Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Real ballsy.
Must be losing my touch.
What bullshit?
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
You have to be kidding me. No.
7 hells.
I don't know why I pushed that.
Must be losing my touch.
How in the hell are you supposed to do that? No!
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Big bada boom. Boom, boom, boom. A few moments later, at the rear of the ill-starred contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Dog. Dogs.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
You will fight as me. Yeah.
Fighters! Protect the others! Brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling.
Can't we put our backs into it then? I've been itching for a good stab.
Oh shit.
You lot alright back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
I want a piece of that action. Give me the judge.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
It's freezing cold.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Listen.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Come on.
Let them have it!
All at once. Ah, I hate doing blocks.
As a raging bull!
Whoa. Pippin be pulling on all the stops. Oh yeah, I want some of that. You, me, let's go.
Do not fall behind!
before the sun!
Yeah, sure, drop a meteor on their head. They're all incapacitated. No, those motherfuckers are dead. Anybody else?
The worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Garlemald. It is quiet.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Camp broken glass. I like it. Woo! We made it. Alright. This aetheryte looks super cool. I'm attuned to it. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in the building in the northeast of camp? Alice and I will meet you there. Over here practicing? Meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has been cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous power on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You'll be pleased to know that most of the temperate have been quartered inside the buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, I would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sight of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there are no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For there...
Fuck.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps...
Damn it. I didn't mean to skip the dialogue.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I didn't mean to skip some of those dialogues. Gods be good. If it's as cold with Totteru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them in quickly. What ho, chums? been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Emblem Rime for survivors. Wander around ice fields on an off chance you'll find someone. You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise. Or, more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just a spot to begin our search. Oy vey. I'll probably regret this, but we best humor him. Ooh. Big woolly bowl. Another woolly bowl. And another. What are they called? Avibos? He a thick boy. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? No, just a wind spray. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over there? Yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, beyond that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we were here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'd be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. But we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Thanks, bud. That's the twins. They're looking over here. Oh, I missed the sparkly spot. Because we're looking for her footprints. Fresh trail of footprints headed east. Point. Appear to be the same as you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Probably in a box. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought that she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we're looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Yeah, she ran past here. Maybe. No? There she is. Girl in green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from a distance, it might attract wild beasts to her location. Be safe for her to get closer, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed. So far, so good. They're all depending on me. You didn't see me. BS. I'll go all the way back. Start over again. I'm actually good at stealth stuff. I like to play Metal Gear Solid. It's basically an entire stealth game. But like, motherfucker. Yeah, I'll follow her again. That's a really cool minion. And failure, yeah. I was waiting for her to trick me and turn around. Caught ya! Whew, still in one piece. Sup? Who are you? Stay back. The house is packed with explosive. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Take it easy. Please, we just want to talk. Thanks, Alphino. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Hero. Hi. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. The fuck did we do? We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare, and I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggling with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled, as far as my legs would take me. Do you have any family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Hey! This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our homes. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bowyer? Yes, do what you will. Are you staring at me? Staring at them? Yeah, I'm right here, and I will put you down. They are my children. Do not harm them. Hang on one second. At the itch. Sorry, I was still finding it hard to come to terms with that, with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. Now I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, actually you should probably get around the fire since you're sweating, because it just makes it worse. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for something warmer with more food, but that's not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? They have a radio. Where's the radio station coming from? Okay. Sorry. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmeline's tinctures, the ones that warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Sure. Boop. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Hey, you'll be fine. Here, try this. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, but it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum engines is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Yeah, we'll see about that. Try this. Oh, what sweet libration is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke, yeah, okay. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. Oh! Using laughter to kill the depression. Yeah. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheeks ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire where our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly toward the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait until my fellow cowards. I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Oof, my dude. Oof. Ooh, nice bow. What do you want? Yeah, fuck off, dude. Try this. A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over greater distances. There are different types, but this model is far from the most popular. Made with quality... Oh, by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Eminus, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral home of Locus Eminus. We may have founded an empire on these frozen waters, but we always hope to take back what was ours once. 'Tis a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardships, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It is a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have seen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Sorry to tell you, bud. Last tincture's for you, lady. What's that? Isa for you. So this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask. Sure. I didn't see it. I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops head toward the Magna Glacius. And a few days ago, are they the ones you encountered? Yeah. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now? So how did you reach Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airship. Airships. There might be a way to... Assinia, where is everyone? Oh. Something the matter? Bitch? A voice from inside? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby, Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Thought the soldiers just scare them off. Wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some of them have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts wouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share the fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we can't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Lady, would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Yeah, I'm not buying your shit. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but I'd rather not take the risk. You'll need to take a long way around. Finding the entrance can be tricky too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. Are you wearing a beanie? What is this on your head? Oh, it's a beret. Or no, it's a do-rag. You're wearing like a, it's like a handkerchief. There's somebody in here. Is there a way for me to get inside other than the front door? Another door? Oh. Nope, okay, cool. I don't believe you. You're hiding someone. Right. So an Almasti is those big, huge, freaking Yeti things. These things look like they swim under the ice. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over the victor's spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd have never found us. Those stuck-up assholes. Though they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. So if they resorted to sending you to negotiate, I know your game's sellsword. If they think they'll get intimidation, they got another thing coming. I mean, you're more than welcome to tangle, but I'm gonna have to beat your ass. Consider me intimidated. Fucking A right. There you are. After you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Sure. Sup? Who are you? What have you done to the or what happened to the guards? Yeah, I punched him in the face. Eorzean and rebels are here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why the hells would you pass up the chance to put the Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Garabanya, Yangsha, Bazia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work, extracting ceruleum. I see Hrothgar, Mikote, a couple of Wolfen, a Row, a couple of Yurs, and an Aura. All given the esteemed title of On, placed us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is ceruleum engines. Still, sustaining us, even though our paymasters are out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. How can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secret, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if the ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough for the power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps to stave off the cold, it does sod all for our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here is practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here from the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald as we knew is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that could be the cause of celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? What, those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help? They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get around it here. Get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Yeah, sure. I can't for the life of me think of why Licinia would keep her sister's secret from us. But we can ask her about it when we deliver this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Thanks, bro. Shit. Let's see what they look like. And you can barely see them. Fuck off. The hell? What are those things? Yeah. I needed some combat. Ugh. Oh, that's right, I jumped off the cliff. Ohio. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. Oh shit. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. No, I want to look in the house. Fine. Well, let's start out in the last place they were. Nothing. Bro! They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I feared they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. What are you talking about? Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings to show a weakness, and then you swoop in. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to help us to have us lower our guard. Let you in, put yourselves at our mercy, put us in chains, steal your land, or steal our lands. We don't fucking want revenge, dipshit. It's not what any of us want. Save the armaments for later, we got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that's still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. Trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicines ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere, how could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than to be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I would join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. Also, I forgot I'm not wearing my glasses. There's only one path out of here, and that's where we'll start. Idiots. Whatever. Glasses are in my chest. I can't cast glamours out here either. Two sets of footprints, young women judging their size. This is definitely them. Trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so they did not leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it is for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Jinkies! If I were running from people in a beast-filled area, I would hide under these, under the stairs or this pipeline. Let's check under the stairs real quick. Not outside of it. I know I saw that one, but half-buried piece of paper. The wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. Oh, I thought he would pick it up. Apparently not. Where else? That's outside my purview. I'm gonna stick with my pipeline theory. I am a genius. Fresh blood? Oh, fuck. Blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim has been severely wounded. It leads southeast. You're a dumbass. You took the radio? Why'd they take the radio? The two bodies are already cold. Bro.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
They're already dead.
No. Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
I don't know what that sound was. That was weird. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let's linger no longer. Come. Alright, I'm a streamer for 4.5 hours, and I know that YouTube is a little weird about streaming a certain amount of time, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill this stream and start another one.